kind of okay, maybe. Sorta. Mic is in a different spot, maybe. I don't know. Thanks, really? Already? You're bugging me already? Why? Like, literally as soon as I change the scene, you're here, and you're bugging me. What do you want? Come here. Ow, that actually hurt my wrist. Thanks. No, don't start licking me already. Oh my god. Okay, we're just gonna take a moment here. I'm gonna start up pretzel for the first time in my life. I've never used pretzel. So, we're gonna see how it does with some chill stuff. It's got a chill thing, so I just gotta figure out how loud is too loud, how quiet is too quiet. I don't know if that's gonna be too loud or not. Put it to 25? No, it's picking up. It's picking up speed. Oh goodness, it just keeps going. Would you stop licking me? 10%? 5%. We're gonna do 5% and see how it is. Minx, you know I don't like your sandpaper tongue, and it really hurts my skin when you use it. When you start licking me. Yeah, I know. Minx. What? What's up? This is the attempt at it. Stop licking me. Alright, you're cut. You're also dropping cat hair everywhere, apparently. You will catless and you don't get to sit in the lap. Okay, I'm actually going to probably throw my hair up for a second. If I knew where my hair clip actually was. Where did I even put it? I had it, I swear. I had it somewhere. One moment, please. Makes this all your fault. Alrighty, located hair clip. I don't necessarily have any particularly great ideas for tonight, or well, not for tonight, for this painting thing. Also, apologies, it's really hot again, so I'm dying a little on the inside with the temperature here, so it's going back up into the 30s, or at least it feels like it is. So the air conditioner's on, so the noise in the background, the extra noise in the background is the air conditioner. So let's see, everything sound mostly looks good. So this is what I kind of posted in my Discord yesterday. I wanted to try and paint something different that I don't normally do. I'm gonna see if I can get the camera to stop trying to do the autofocus here. Configure video. Camera control. If I can uncheck that, maybe it will stop. And it'll just stay where it's at. Maybe. It's a good idea and a bad idea. That makes it go in and out. So I can't tell how to tell if it's in focus or not. We're just gonna leave it as is, I guess. We'll let it do its own thing, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but anyway, so it's basic. Why this makes sense, it doesn't make sense. No one leaves a piece of pineapple sitting on a beach by the water. That's just a bad idea. So, but anyway, it's a slice of pineapple. Watermelon? A slice of watermelon on a beach by some water. This is actually really fun to do. In the Discord, it looks a little bit better. If I can figure out which way to orient this. Hello? Hello? Are you going to try and focus a little? This is really hard to do. Oh, it's trying. It's trying and failing. It's also really hard for me to angle this properly. Camera's having a bad day. But anyway, I want to try and do something a little bit more like this. I want to do my beach thing again. I kind of like my beach stuff, but... Or like an island with the tree on it. But anyway, this actually came from this book. A YouTuber I watch. I don't even know if this is going to be oriented properly, but it's Mako, or Macachino. Really great person. But it was this lesson all the way in here. And you can see, you're supposed to have like, you know, leaves in the top corner and like a drink, and then there's your watermelon slice. But I just wanted to do the watermelon to try. I don't have all the exact colors, and I wasn't necessarily using them. I mean, I had the yellow ochre. I was using yellow ochre for the beach. And some burnt umber. Might have thrown in a little bit of burnt sienna as well, actually. But I didn't have the exact colors. But I was just trying to capture this part of this painting. I was just trying to do like this and like really cropped in, and I didn't do the sky. I just did straight water, and then just tried to mimic the like the shade, like the shadow that it would cast. But it's got a lot of lessons in here. Like, I've kind of tried this stuff before, and that was actually kind of fun. Some of this is pretty intense, and it's a little... I definitely like watching videos of some of this stuff. The feather is kind of cool. I think unless I read along with it, I'm going to have a harder time with it. And I'm more likely to mess this up. It also involves me actually... Oh, this is her doing clouds, okay. Different ways of doing clouds and skies and stuff. Some of this is pretty straightforward and simple, which is nice. It's probably what I'm after. This is kind of like the stuff I'm after. But, oh, that looks really complex. That looks so complex. Maybe we should try this. Because we don't like ourselves and we want to do something really complex. Let's see if we can do this. Some kind of foresty thing. So I'm going to try and keep this off to the side. I kind of understand how she does it with the layers and slowly adding more. I'm just wishy-washy on the rest. So we're going to try it. See how this goes. See if I can keep this over here somewhere. I still have my Daniel Smith colors out. I was thinking about using White Nights, but then I'm pretty used to using Daniel Smith, and I have a better idea of the colors. I'm more comfortable with them, so if anyone's wondering what this contraption is, this is how I cut my sheets of watercolor paper. So this comes out, so I can kind of measure things out properly since the sheets are 14 by 10. So yeah, if I need to trim watercolor paper, if I need to trim out some paper, you may see that come out. All the different boards that I have, all the same size as well. It'd be nice to get ones that are smaller maybe because the paper I work with isn't always that big. Handy dandy ruler. I don't know where I'm gonna put this, but there's coffee off to the side. I'm gonna try not to spill it. Pray for me. Put that up there. Oh, forgot to put that away. Get over there. Various coins, in the off chance I need to blot out a circle. I am using one of my ceramic palettes here, so I may be cleaning this out frequently. I wanted to use it over the plastic, just because it behaves differently. So, I guess I'll try, this is the last piece of the smaller paper, so I'm going to try this and warm up on it maybe. Everything after this is going to be bigger. This is just cold press. I was staring at my paper for a little bit, trying to figure out which one was the rough and which one was the cold. I'm going to have to do this slightly differently. Angle it so I can see where the sheet is without getting my head in the way. get a nice edge. Trying not to get my hand oils all over the paper, because watercolor, or water and oil, you know, just aren't gonna mix well. That's too short, so we're gonna have to put that down there. I knew it was gonna go down there the whole time, honest. It was planned. I planned it this way. Yeah, for now, just so I don't die, the air conditioner's gonna have to stay on, I'm sorry. Enjoy the white noise. Okay, that one should be the right size. Piggies are happy. Birds are happy. Did you get your nails stuck on the toy? Seriously? I can't keep rescuing you from yourself. One of the birds getting their nails stuck in a bit of the loose paper from one of their chew toys. It's not as bad as the other toy that I had to fix so that it wouldn't happen again, but now I know the shenanigans birds will get up to. So, I'm gonna go with the green one. They are mixing their own, so it's more of a yellow in the background. This could be an opportunity to bring out the green gold, though. Or is that gonna be too green? Is that gonna be too gold? It's a rich green gold, too, but I don't get to use it very often. But it really should be pretty subtle. I don't use my lemon yellow that often either, so... Masking tape, creating big puddle of water. So just really diluted lemon yellow first. I'm gonna have to move my brush jar, that's gonna get in the way. Everything's getting in the way. Probably isn't gonna be as big of a puddle as I would have liked. Let's take this for a second, and there's a reason I have a dropper. So I can just do that. And spray down some of the colors. Of course, I'm spraying my desk now. It's not good. Protect the wood of the desk. Help those moisten up a little. It's only maybe getting some paint on me. Pretty big puddle of water. Take a second to make sure my paint isn't diluted. Ooh. Of course, there's a hair in this, which is also fabulous. It's another one. Where does all this hair come from? Okay. Alright, first layer, I guess. Needed eraser underneath to get it on a bit of an angle so the water beads down a little. Indy, you are doing wonders for the ASMR over here. To the bottom. where it gets interesting if I'm not careful. Now we need it to dry. Just made a slight mess of this place. Although I know the next layer is going to have a touch of blue in it. They're using cerulean blue, so here's hoping. Keep that cap off. Okay. Break out the fan, I suppose. It's weird to have something like this where, depending on what you're doing, you know, you feel like, oh, you have to wait so long before you can actually do the next layer, progress to the next part of the painting. But then at the same time, when you're in the middle of something that's pretty well, for me anyway, that feels pretty complex, I find I don't have enough time to really work with it. It feels like sometimes it's drying so quickly and I just can't keep up with the drying times, and from where I started in point A to where I'm ending in point B, and making sure I don't accidentally go back over something because it just ruins it. But I'm learning, and I guess if I can keep practicing and if I can paint more frequently, then a lot of that'll stick with me. I don't know if you can kind of tell, like technically this part is dipped down and this top section is kind of bubbled up a little bit, same with down here, so it's kind of like, it's kind of coming up and then going down and then coming up again. You know, she's talking about okay, sorry, she's using ultramarine then. Never mind. I thought it was cerulean for some reason. Oh, she's using a sponge too. Oh my goodness. I didn't think about that. Might have to go back and grab one. Cut a spot out for this technique. I get it. So she's drawing, like, she's painting in the thin lines and then using the sponge to make the tree effects. I get it. I get what she's throwing down here. Is kind of dry. I'm just going to let it sit there for a second. I'm going to go track down a sponge now. One moment, please. have a sponge. Some different sizes of sponge. Just gotta find a spot for it to live. Maybe over here? I don't know. Slightly different sizes. Okay. Let it dry just a little bit more. I just want to make sure it is actually dry before I try this again. Ooh, sponge has a wonderful smell. Enchanted Forest. It's listed as intermediate. I can understand this. Okay. Start working on that next layer. At least making the paint anyway. So, going to wet the brush. Pick up some of the yellow. Dilute that. Probably need a much larger puddle than usual. You want to get a hint of the ultramarine. I'm like nervous that I'm going to pick up slightly too much. And she usually uses Schminke too, so hers is very smooth. Wouldn't be a granulating ultramarine. Hers would be very, very smooth. I think I'm almost ready for this. Alright, so tapped off the excess. I guess here we go. I don't know if I should go from the top or the bottom, but I feel very awkward about this. Oh god, what have I missed? So there's I don't know if you can really see that or not. And you can almost maybe not see that as well as I would have liked, so one moment. Let's make it a little bit stronger. Maybe it's too watery now. Let's try this again. Some of this is going to get covered up, so I shouldn't be too worried about it. But I definitely was not as generous with the pigment as I should have been. See what happens if we try and dot in some of this paint. This sponge already has cat hair on it. It's been in a bag the whole time since I got it. And it totally ate up all that paint. Hair in the middle of this one out. If we're lucky, it'll get blown off when I dry this. Alright, let's awkwardly try and clean our sponge. I don't use the sponges very often, so I feel a little clumsy. Okay, let's try this, and we'll just try to make the next layer a bit more saturated. Not as watery, but I always get nervous when I do stuff like this. And it doesn't show up so well on the camera, I'm sorry. It's so light. I may have made it too light for something like this. Should be a little more generous, but at the same time that can backfire because then you can't make something, you can only make something so dark and pigmented. I might try one of these instead, maybe? I don't know what kind of pattern I'll get with it, but just gotta watch out. Or maybe use this one because it's rounded on the one side. I left it rounded, so maybe. I'll get a different pattern though. I don't know. Maybe I'll just stick with the one I'm using. Get off my painting. Fat hair. Shoo. There's another one under there too. Take a moment to mix up the next paint. Kind of surprised how much lemon yellow I have actually used. I'm always iffy about this color. At least I have been. This is where I think I need like almost test paper to see if it's too much or not. Hit it with the fan a little bit more. Oh my god. Just as I look up too, it's just like sheep scream. I'm like, okay. I'm not sure if that ruined the mood or not. Black, this was supposed to be, don't look like intermission. I know, it's not. Sorry, I don't have a proper screen for this. The camera source is kind of stuck where it is, so if I try to use the actual game screen, it doesn't really work. So ignore the fact that it says intermission. Or it's intermission painting, but it's going to be for like 3 or 4 hours. I don't have a scene that doesn't say intermission that is kind of like this, where you can see me, you can see the painting stuff separate and not covered by my face, and then like the chat on the side. So it's the least obstructed version, but if you're wondering, we're going for this enchanted forest look. So far nothing's showing up. Because I've made it so light, but we're getting there. We're going for another layer. This is layer 3. Right now we're struggling because I can't tell if I've got enough pigment in here or not to make it dark enough, but not too dark. Probably a good thing trees aren't straight. They got character to them. They got curves and stuff and knots. This is looking like a very interesting forest. Oh my goodness, I can't do branches. I don't know how to do branches. It's just like a wonky hand reaching off at the tree. It's fine, I just need to spend more time in nature, actually looking at nature, to know what I'm doing. This is fine. Trying to think of what else they're doing here. I don't know, maybe I can do like a short tree, I don't know. What do trees look like anyway? It's okay, I'm just gonna cover it up with sponging on leaves, apparently. That's the technique we're going for. I'm gonna just get the pigment out. Alright, take our funky sponge. It's gonna absorb all the paint in this well. And then we put it on like, kinda like this. Just cover up all my mistakes. Not go too crazy. The sponge is actually really hard to clean out in a jar that I can barely get my hand in, so this is fine. I wish I had a... Oh, well, I do have Kleenex, I guess. I was showing off the watermelon I painted, and I was calling it a pineapple for a moment or two. And it was from this book that I ordered from a YouTuber that I watch, Macachino. It comes up soon. somewhere here. Oh, it's past the palm tree. It's this part. Enjoying watermelon at the beach. So it was actually like it had some greenery, and then it had a drink, and then it had the actual slice of watermelon. But they like mask out. That's masking fluid that she put on so that she can paint over top of that without worrying about getting paint on the white underneath. And then she just like it just comes off, and then she can paint in separately and block in the color with a bit more detail. And then you have something like this. But I basically was like, I'm just gonna do this part of the painting and like ignore the sky up there. We're just gonna focus on that slice, but also on a gigantic piece of paper apparently. So that's where that came from. It's still stinking hot here too. The temperature's going up again, so I'm dying a little. Alright, there's my enchanted forest again. Oh, I see what they're doing. They're kind of blocking in on the sides. I'm not doing a very good job of this. Oh well. While that's thinking, I'm gonna try and mix up another batch, slightly more pigmented and a bit more ultramarine. Shit's getting real now. How is black today? I only hope you can hear me. I hope it's transcoded. Okay, we're just gonna leave that there because we're bad. Dry that off. Oh, it's hot. Oh my goodness. My skin just feels really, really warm. This is eventually going to start showing up. But I'm learning while I'm doing this and realizing my mistakes. The paper's kind of flattening out a little nicely. Looks like our branches are going to start getting bigger. On the other side, the shop cutting out some pieces of wood though. Like Grem blasted on the speakers. Okay, good. You can kind of see it. That's good. On the other side of the shop cutting out some. Okay. What are you making today? I don't have a whole lot of exposure to wood shops or anything like that. I think my grandpa had a garage at the back of the property that I think he was actually making chairs. So I think even when he really hadn't been in that back room, like there's sawdust everywhere, and I don't know what they're called, but I think, because I forget what the machine's called, although I've seen it when I see people working with resin, and they're so they put it on a machine and it spins it, and then they chisel out, like they have like a chisel or a sharp implement to like very slowly like I guess trim down sections and shape them, and it's like circular, symmetrical, and everything like that. So he was doing that with like chair legs and like in the backs where you'd have like the little rods and stuff too. I just kind of remember that, and I think I'd seen some finished and in progress chairs and stuff, and maybe some of the chairs they had in their house were ones that he'd made. I think we have other. My parents' place, I think they even had some chairs that were made either by my paternal grandpa or my maternal. I'm not sure where, or maybe some of them. One of them might have been also like handed down through the family. All right. Hi, Minx. What? I'm gonna put in a big old. Oh God, I don't know where to put it. It's kind of like I just gotta go and put it down. Just put the paint down. Don't think so much about it. I am overlapping a little bit with other stuff, but it is what it is. Maybe I shouldn't draw as many branches. Not sure what turn my chill music has taken here. It's not as dark as I would have liked it. All the way down. Birds are trying to help add to the ambiance here, per usual. Alright. Grab our sponge again. Hello, Mincers. What are you doing? This isn't going on as well as I would have liked. It's like too watery because I couldn't make enough of it. But we will have an enchanted forest. This will work. Just try and like squeeze it out in Kleenex. Oh God, that's so much water. Here. That over there. We gotta get serious about our paint color here. It's gonna have to start getting darker so it actually starts to show up a bit more, but it's getting there. You can slowly see it. Maybe I should have used a larger palette. I don't know, so I can mix up more. I'm being very conservative here with my paint. But this thing's gotta start getting pretty dark soon, otherwise I'll be here forever trying to layer in trees. I think a larger piece of paper might have been nicer for this one, so I'd have more to work with. Alright, some fan time for me. Oh my goodness. Cool off my arms here or something. Holy Hannah. I don't know why I feel so warm. Gotta get serious with the color here. More pigment. The rate I'm going, I may actually have to fill up these 2 wells again soon. My ultramarine just started to break up there. Picture of that box I was making. I think I remember seeing a part of it. So I don't know if I saw the full box. It was, could have it wrong if memory serves, but in my mind I've got it stuck in my head. It's something like, that might be something like that you'd have on like maybe a little jewelry box or something like that. It was a pretty intricate patterning I think you were working on, and I think you had to be careful because it's delicate enough that it could like snap or something with how it's getting cut out on the laser, if I recall, but maybe you've done other stuff since then. Okay, I don't know if this is going to be too watery or not. This palette well is kind of overflowing. Try not to have too much paint on this, and definitely going to put in where we want the trees to be. They're going to probably be thicker here. Trying just some nice thinner ones coming down. Moving the whole arm as opposed to just my hand. Finer tip brush might have been nicer for something like this instead of a 12 round. Take a new picture? Okay. Curious to see what you've been doing. I know my dad tried to like make some of his own stuff. Like there's a bookcase at our place that my dad made. He tried to be handy where he could save money in the same sense, like getting the raw material is sometimes easier. Okay, I'm gonna actually try and use the brush to try and suggest most of the groundwork here. And I'll dot in the rest with the brush. Or not the brush, the sponge. Just lay this in kind of flat and then clean it up a little with the sponge. Since the sponge is just taking up way too much of my paint. Alright. I knew a sponge would be hard to control. But we're getting there, folks. We're getting there. That out again. Ah! Tried to squeeze it out at the edge and ended up just getting water everywhere. My desk, my poor desk. Should really plan for this a little bit better. Whenever this is done, I'm gonna have to clean up my jar. My jar is looking very nice. Also, I have definitely at one point, while painting in the morning with the coffee, put my watercolor brush with paint in my coffee. You better believe I had to go dump that coffee out, because that was just, that's dangerous at that point. That's not good. Should not be drinking paint water or coffee with a bit of paint in it. It's not good for you. Should actually get some paper towel or something, or maybe a cloth that I can squeeze this into. Or actually, I do have something I can do that with. Never mind. I was not ready for that, and that did scare me. I'm not supposed to have this much adrenaline. Oh no. Well done. Well done. You are lucky I was not in the middle of actually painting. I can only imagine if I was doing this and all of a sudden, like, and it's like, I'm on the darker shade too at this, like the more pigmented, and all of a sudden someone just goes, Leroy Jenkins, and my brush just goes fling. You did it because you saw me turn around? Okay. Thank you. You did the best you could with the delay in the stream. Well done, sir. Well done. Well, I'm going to start to work on getting that next pigment. I don't know how much of this is going to be yellow and how much of this is just going to be blue. Out of my way, sponge. You're in the way. Picks and bound? Oh boy. I'm excited. Okay, now I'm curious how you have internet out at your shop. I don't know where your shop is in relation to... Is it attached to the house? Like the barn? Or is it like actually a good hike? Does the Wi-Fi reach all the way out there? Serious business now. So what's Cruxus up to today? You've been doing a lot in ESO lately. play for a lot. I just have a hard time finding that much to do. Although I guess if you're playing with people, it's easier. You got into Vet Rock Grove. Nice! I need to find myself in a group that's going to go through that place, because I really need to try and get my hands on more of the weapons and jewelry for a couple of those sets. I need to farm it more. I did it mostly as a healer. I could probably be okay on DPS, but I mostly know how most groups kind of do it. I don't know how the tactics have changed for Vet, how different groups are doing it. Okay. Oh, what? Oh, that is amazing. Wow. Holy crap. This is so crazy and holy crap. Okay. It's probably like not quite as far as my grandpa's was, but yeah, it's okay. Man, it looks like a nice day out there too. That box is so cool. I'm not sure what color that, from the first pick, what color that, I'm assuming it's kind of like a stain or something like that, but not sure what color that's supposed to be, but that looks really good. I like it. That is awesome. Try to get perfected trash gear. Which set is that again? Because there's like the heavy armor, medium armor. There would be, in theory, a healer-oriented set, and then, yeah, the Stone Talkers, Masai, Soulzon. Yeah, Soulzon. I don't remember what Soulzon does anymore. I haven't looked. I know it was kind of up and down. Like, I'd heard it mentioned for DPS. I just never really understood how people were trying to use it. It was kind of... No one really talked about it, but now I'm curious. ESO Hub. Soulzon. So you add, if you get the perfected, so you add the crit chance, and then when an enemy recently damaged dies, they leave behind... Oh, the Vengeful Soul! Okay. Only one Vengeful Soul at a time. Touching the soul increases your crit chance by 2160 and your crit damage by 12% for 30 seconds. That's a long buff. Makes sense for... So I guess the hope is maybe to have that... I mean, it could be long, like, it could be good, like, in the trash fight itself is something you kill, like, it's one of, like, especially in, like, say, Kind's Aegis, when you're coming up to some of those trash pulls, you had the, like, the really small ads that go down really easily, so getting that buff to then deal with the bigger ads that are part of that trash is nice. And unless the group could go very quickly from a trash pull into an actual boss fight, yeah, you probably wouldn't really have much of that buff left, but like 30 seconds, that's a really long time. It's not indicating a cooldown, so I'm not sure when you can actually proc it, or if it would be like one after the other, or does it refresh? Well, I guess because you can have it up for, well, you can have this, so the Vengeful Soul is for 6 seconds, and only one at a time. So if you got, like, you had one for the first 6 seconds, and you could manage to get another one up for the next 6 seconds, or shortly after, could it just refresh the buff? I don't know. I'm thinking too hard about that one. That sounds like a fun one, though. I'd love to see what that actually looks like. I don't think I've ever seen it. To see what the spirit looks like. Daggers and neck and perfected. Ooh. I wonder how many pieces overall you're missing for that Rock Grove, because RNG gods are not always with you. I never actually put the fan on this. Hold on. Continue on. Ow, I just hit my headphones. Okay, and I gotta catch up. And put in a transmitter, it sends the Ethernet out there over the... Oh! Works fairly okay. Probably the max range of it, though. Okay. Very purple violet. Natural color, okay. Let me look at this again. The sun's probably making it a little bit brighter, but that's really cool. Hold on, let's make it bigger. Let's make it bigger. Oh, this is so cool. That is really amazing, though. That is awesome stuffs. Me going, I don't want to get my finger oils on stuff. Also me getting my hand all over to go, is it ready yet? Is it ready yet? Looking at a bird that probably needs a nap. They're very ornery right now. Steve, so would you like to come hang out for a bit? Aw, Samson's in his tent sleeping now. I'm gonna look up that color, purple heartwood. Purple. Ooh, wow. That is very purple. Holy. Holy moly. Oh, and then next up comes a cutting board with the purple heartwood pieces fastened in. That's crazy. Wow. And then someone made a table out of it. Holy bananas. I probably wouldn't use it for flooring though. That's a little too intense. More neutral flooring is definitely better than, like, this could be like an interesting accent, but like you put something like this in, you're committed to that color and trying to match everything with it. I would never put that as a floor. I'd be very careful about it, but it would be a good accent color, but it'd be hard to have something like that as just like the whole thing that color. Alright. Let's brush wet a little bit. Paint settled a little bit. Alright. Let's try for some thinner trees. Let me check on Burrito's trial teams. How's it looking? I mean, the message goes out there often enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we're still missing 1, 2, 3. Looks like we're still missing some DPS. And then it's also helpful to have some backups secured. So we're still missing some. I think it's kind of need to kind of reach out and get more people in on this one. And I think we've drawn from most of the people that are already kind of in the guild. haven't seen a whole lot in the channel, not a lot of activity. Oh my god, my hand's shaking. It's okay, we'll just cover it up with leaves. Well, I guess that's an actual... Why would a chill song have an ambulance driving through it? Oh goodness, that's in my world. It's a real life ambulance. My hand is shaking. I don't like detail work. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure when this is probably gonna run. I think that's the next problem, is trying to figure out, you know, who wants to run, and then we got to figure out what time works for everyone. Actually, I'm gonna mix up some more of that. Let's see if I can mix up enough real quick. As long as like the folks like don't mind, like, 'cause I'm not sure. I don't know how well I know all the folks in here, but it'd be good to try and work out even going through the crags real quick and seeing how everyone kind of handles mechanics like that, working and stacking and stuff, where stacking is applicable. Get a sense of how well people work together, and kind of also, like, because they're usually simpler trials, you know, people will be less worried about mechanics and how they're doing and everything, and they might have a little bit more fun. Get people really getting to know each other a little bit better. I think this is working out. Maybe I should, This is working out, I think. I'm liking where this is going. Getting there. I squeeze it all lower down in the jar. Oh, goodness. And now I just push the pigment up way into the... Ah, God, I'm going to lose the sponge in the jar. Oh, wait, no, we're good. We're good! Okay, right. How many people are missing, and when was the idea of running it? Oh, yeah, so when? I'm never really sure, because I think we'll definitely have to figure that out. I guess it's also... Yeah, I don't know if there was too much of an idea. I mean, it's going to be probably closer to your usual raid times, just kind of what day of the week I think is the big thing. So it could be like, speaking in Eastern time standards anyway, like could be as early as maybe 8 p.m. Maybe 7. I mean, because I'm trying to think, this Black's on here too, so I know if it would be running during the week, I know we want to try and make sure, like, if we're running 2 hours, that everyone can actually run it. So if it ends up being the week, I don't want, during the work week, I don't want people dropping out because it runs too late. Time zones are fun. I don't mind the idea of a weekend, because then although at the same time, it's like that kind of thing where it's like, okay, you know, you're done work during the work day, and then, you know, then you relax with your game, but then your weekend is usually like work, more stuff around the house, more stuff with family, stuff like that. So I don't know. Yeah, we could still be iffy on a tank as well, but it looks like, you know, we do have our healers, and then, yeah, it's 3 DPS and possibly a tank, because it looks like one hasn't really been committed to it. It's gonna get chaotic the harder the trials we get into, because I haven't tanked many of them. I've glimpsed, like, Sunspire, no problem. AS, not much of a problem. Hoff obviously is going to be a lot of coordination, a lot of stuff I've never seen from the tanked perspective, so that's going to be a little chaotic. I know there are strats for really strong groups. Like, and this is going to be the same for any trial. There's strats that people can use to kind of cheese stuff and, like, burn through mechs and everything, and it's really great. I'd probably lean more towards what's the safe way of doing this, and it's probably going to be following in line with what Zos had intended for some of these trials. But we'll find out. See when this kind of makes its way off the ground. I might do a layer of just dark, like a darker pigment of paint rather than more trees. So let me dot that in to try and cover some of this stuff up. Don't know how much more I can do on something like this. I am kind of happy. I recently saw a video about brushes from a YouTuber that I've followed as well, and that's where I got my recommendation for, like, the sketchbooks I'm using, because she did a lot of comparisons of the actual sketchbooks that are over there out and about in the real world. So I really leveraged her recommendations there. So it was kind of nice that she's using the Princeton Neptune brushes, or at least she was at the time of that video being made. Because I do like them as well. I do have some of the silver black velvet brushes that are a hybrid between, they have some squirrel hair and some synthetic. See if we can make this a much darker blue. Really start dotting in that darker foliage. Getting close to wanting to add in a touch of purple, but I'm trying to resist the urge there. But I'm getting close to having to fill up my ultramarine. Okay. This may be quite strong. Now I'm at that point where it's like, do I add more water? So I don't want it to be, like, too watery. I'll do some thin trees, I don't know. There's hair on the end of my brush. That a good rinse as much as I can. Might have to use this other jar of clean water. It's getting real murky in that other jar. Alright, this might be the last layer I do of this bad boy. Just gonna squeeze off some of the excess water. Oh wow, it's a lot of excess water in that sponge. Holy Hannah. Okay. Up all that pigment. Be careful when I'm putting it on that it's not going on a little funny. Might do one more layer after this, but it's going to be exclusively the sponge, and it's going to be foliage, like the underbrush. Just add a little bit more depth down there, because I want it to be definitely a bit darker towards the bottom. That's where I'm really tempted to add in just a touch of purple to bring the green down a little bit, tone it down just a touch. We get the fan again. Move those conveniently to the floor. This is the most I've ever done with a sponge, doing the sponge technique. Definitely digging it. I wonder what else is in here that... I can definitely see in some of the other variations where she uses different colors, like I can kind of see what she was going for. It wasn't quite as chaotic as mine. Oh, this mountain one's kind of cool. This is looking like a cool enchanted forest. I don't know about you. Alright, see if I can make the last layer. It's just going to be quite dark and mostly blue. My poor well of ultramarine, it's crumbling so much. Oh, goodness. Trying to keep as much in the well as I can. clean water. Alright, sponge. Don't fail me now. Alright. That is it for that one. Now it just needs to dry. It's gonna take a minute to clean out the water jar. Maybe the other one too. I don't want it to be tainted at all. Get rid of this sponge. Alrighty, let's see. This fan here. This just reminds me again that watercolor has its ugly phases. So when you're painting and kind of putting in those layers and slowly watching things dry, and it's like, oh, I don't know if this is going to turn out well. I don't know about this. I'm not sure. And it's like, by the end, if I make it that far, and if I get just to hold it together, it doesn't turn out half bad. At the same time, it would be nice to actually see like actual like brown trunks rather than green, various shades of green. Hi. On the plus side, I didn't make a complete mess of my wells. Everything's pretty good. What do you want, Minxers? Wow. Oh boy. I like that a hair made it into the painting. Stop sticking to my hand. Personalized with hair, yeah. It's a minx hair. And there she be. Let's see if I can get this up a bit closer. Probably looks better in person. I'll take a picture and post it later. But it looks pretty cool. I think it turned out alright. Off the top of my head, like, I'm not entirely sure what I would do differently exactly. Like, I don't know. I do like it. It was fun to do. It was kind of neat to see how it turned out. I'd probably use maybe different size brushes. Like, yes, my number 12 for the really thick trunks and stuff and bigger trees, but maybe swap down to like an 8 or something for the smaller trees and branches. Just because it was like, this is a good point, but at the same time, it's hard when there's a lot of pigment in there because it just like starts to fall out. So we'll set that aside. There's a cool mountainy one I'm looking at here that I kind of want to try. It could be more than I can chew, but I could try it anyway. This will be a larger sheet of paper. This is much bigger. It's gonna be a little bit bigger. This will be definitely require a bit more paint. But yeah, so this is like it's about 10 centimeters, I think, this way, and then 7 this way. I'm pretty sure if I have 2 of these stacked, because I'm usually cutting the paper in half first. Yeah, because it's usually a full sheet like this, I think is how it looks. It's usually this big, and then I cut it in half, and then I cut it in half again. So I haven't actually painted on a full sheet of 10 by 14 watercolor paper yet. This one I can be a little bit more generous on the actual border. Just listening to Perry clicking away over there in the corner. One more side. And then I get to really fumble with how to do all this fun stuff. Alright. So. Oh, I idea here is we're gonna have some mountains with some trees in the front and a little bit of water across the bottom. Let me pull out my ruler here for a second. So I can try and guesstimate maybe how much of that on the bottom is actually water. A little bit. Feels like it should be a little bit more. It looks like we have one that starts here. Kind of ends up here. Something like that. If anyone's wondering, this is a kneaded eraser. So you can just mold it into different shapes and stuff. Knead it around. Kind of work it up a little bit. Apparently you can wash it. I had to look at that again. But it's kind of fun. You don't really use it exactly like a regular eraser because it would just kind of move and like you can't like, you wouldn't like scrub it across the paper necessarily, but more like dab. So in this case, like maybe I'm making a bit of a point so I can get into some like tighter spots, and then I'm just kind of like dabbing off the pencil. It's just picking it up and like I'll rock it a little bit. But I'm gonna try and put the initial lines, which are gonna look a little harsh, but they'll soften up. And I think I may have made that too high, so I think I might need to bring that down. So I'll mimic it again, but we're gonna do it a little bit lower. Not jiving with some of the flow of this. It's supposed to be a tree line. A hilly tree line. Just not digging how it's turning out. Maybe I should start at my high point instead. This could be the most frustrating thing I do today. How to draw a tree line. Maybe this is why I hate sketching things out. So I just get super fussy with it. Ah. That's a really strong mark that I didn't mean to make while holding a pencil and jabbing at my paper. I'm sorry, paper. We'll go with that one. I gotta stop fussing with this. And this one is just a little bit above. Weird one. Even hers is a little strange. So it's like how it started and how it ended are very different. something like that. This is an actual mountain range, and this one kind of disappeared into this one. I think I made this a lot higher than it was supposed to be. Oops. Okay, we're getting there. We're almost getting to the painting point. If I can just finish this. This is so tiny in here that I gotta clean up. Okay, and then this is gonna be the fun one. If I do where I think the peak is. Okay, this is apparently what we're going for. Really faded mountain, that's going to be mostly a dry brush technique. This one will be a little more pronounced. This one's kind of like a mountain range, but it's got trees along it. This is going to be strictly trees, and then this is a dry brush technique for water. That'll be at the bottom. Now I just got to make the lines a little less pronounced. So I need to be able to see them, but not necessarily through the paint. But I still need to be able to see them from my guide. And I think the extra part is that there might be throw that in there. Something extra. It's kind of what I see in her finished product. It's a subtle tree line within a tree line. Oh goodness. Okay, I can still see it horribly from this angle. Never mind. Maybe all is not lost. This makes me think I need to make the lines a little bit lighter because they look different from an angle. They still look pretty pronounced from this angle. That one mark in the middle of the paper, though, is really intense. It's really hard to get that out. It's really into the paper. Okay. Wish me luck. Art. Yes, I just finally noticed your message. I'm sorry. I finally looked up. Yes, it says art. We are trying. We finished this one. It's supposed to be an enchanted forest. So there's like a really light color in the background, and then each layer of adding in trees, it was like slightly darker each time, and then using a sponge to dab in the foliage and stuff. So I'll take a picture of this to post it in the Discord, but yeah, now we're trying a really interesting mountain range idea. Just gotta clean up my wells a little bit here. Yeah, I'm gonna need it black. I'm gonna need all the luck. Just trying to pencil it in was bad enough. Still have to use ultramarine, but hopefully not a lot. And I don't think I had to go quite as heavy on any of the colors. It's still they're gonna be really light washes, and then probably just touching in pigment towards the top, hopefully. It'll hopefully be mostly washed down. Trying to also read what she's talking about at the same time. Almost got the mixing wells clean. I really only used one of these, but it spilled over. Do art hard mode? What is art hard mode? Art is always hard for me. I am not creative. This is hard. I already spent too long trying to get the sketch done. I mean, you can't really see it now because I got rid of most of the lines, but you can almost see it from that angle a little bit. The lines are there, faint, but it's enough that I can kind of see it. But turn my lights off or something? It's not that... Like, it's sunny outside. I don't even have a curtain on this window. But I'm gonna try and use this here to get a bit of an angle. Alright, so she's talking about loading up with the paint you just prepared, but I swear no idea what she's talking about. Interesting. Okay. I have no idea what she's doing. She's saying things and I don't understand it. I can't even see it in her pictures. We're just gonna wing it. a little bit. We're winging it. She is mixing together this fun stuff. We are mixing our ultramarine and our cerulean. I am terrified right now. I don't know which way this is supposed to lean. I don't want it to be super concentrated. Although it is a much bigger piece of paper than usual. Get this ruler out of the way, oh my goodness. Maybe a good amount. It's gonna get interesting. It's so dark. Not quite the way I think it was supposed to turn out. It's still hard to tell. This is what happens when you don't do wet into wet. It gets a little funny. Can't see this that well for a little bit here. Need to turn it up so I can see it. Do it. Only a little tricky trying to dry off a big brush like this. dry this bad part out. This is fine. Feels like it's gonna take forever to dry out. I think I had this clamp to the side and I just did show and tell with books last time, so let me do that again. I don't remember what we saw last time or what we got up to, and I've looked through these before, so I think I did the other two sketchbooks, so these are the newer ones. So these are the Etcher Lab sketchbooks. They're the really good ones out of the 100% watercolor paper, and these ones from can't remember the name of the YouTube channel again. Her name's Denise. Still can't remember the name, but she did a really comprehensive review of sketchbooks, and this is the ones that one of the ones she really liked. So I went with this one. So this one says it starts in November. This one's September, and this one's July to September. So this is the older one. So we're gonna start with this one and see what's in it while that dries a little. So this was a good first start, and technically I could have painted on this one, so I don't know why I didn't, but I didn't, so I probably could have. This is kind of a fun little meadowy tree thing I had going on. Ooh. Desert, of course, and I like my little cacti at the front. This one I kind of liked a little bit because of the variation at the front. Kind of turned out pretty well. It'd be nice to somehow figure out how to apply that into those mid layers there. Practicing with not real flower shapes, but it was okay. It wasn't terrible. This is something I would probably try again, potentially. I just struggle with the leaves a little bit. It's the uneven distribution of water is kind of wild. More flower stuffs. This one didn't turn out quite as well as they would have liked over here, and this was just a catastrophe. Nothing was working on this side. I don't even remember what paints I was using on this side, but it might have been the White Knights on this side. This one was kind of nice. This was a little more fall themed. Plants that may have actually existed. This was kind of fun. Bit of cauliflowering over here. This was based off something I had looked up, and I had mixed feelings with how it turned out. It was a little tricky for me to figure out how to get these colors out without having them turn into mud. This was nice. I kind of liked this one a little bit. I think I even tried to put in a little bit of white gouache at the front. More flowers. I keep trying. I really keep trying. This was fun. I really liked how this turned out. And it's one of the first times when I really tried to throw in the foreground leaves and stuff. And I was playing with, I definitely had my silver black velvet brushes for this one. I can kind of tell with the edging on some of these leaves didn't quite turn out very well. It's a mix between a soft and a stiff brush. It's really weird how it works out with those bristles. I don't know. This is probably like my favorite bird shape though. This was kind of fun for the sky. Very subtle. I kind of liked it. I'm definitely playing with White Knights because I can tell with the granulation of this color back here. Bit of a cooler morning type thing. This I was trying to be more intense, but it really wasn't working out for me very well. But maybe this falls as under like a sunset. I got some more colors. This is the sign of the Perylene Green. Is that the Serpentine? I don't know. These two are granulating colors though. Brown granulation. Same here, a bit of a brown granulation. That's probably the Carbazole Violet. And Amazonite? Something like that. This was awkward. I was having trouble lifting out clouds. It was not happening as well as I would have liked, either because I took too long or something else was happening. I'm not sure. This was a fun attempt. Actually, it's the same thing twice. I did this twice. Different ways of doing it. There's good and bad things about either one. I think this blends a little bit better over here underneath these trees. These look like they were cut out a little bit more here, but I think I like, obviously, that I think I was too aggressive and wasn't waiting as long to do this stuff. They all look very good, yeah. It's a process. I have fun. This is something I was trying to do. I think I picked a shape and was trying to, I don't know, do something wild. I don't even remember where this is from. Didn't work out as well as I would have liked, but I think if I could do it again, it might turn out a bit better. A really kooky, orangey tree desert nonsense thing. I think I'm still playing with the White Knight's paint based on the color that's in the foreground here. More attempts at flowers. It's a struggle. This was kind of fun. I was having trouble fading out. This is something I might probably still going to see myself struggling with coming up. I think my only way around this, like, I see people and it looks like they put like a really strong pigment across the top edge and then they are able to blend it out, but for whatever reason I kind of get a distinct ribbon of color and then another ribbon. And I think the only way I can get around that is to actually do wet into wet. So I wet the area first, then I drop the pigment at the top and then just try and help it move down and fade out a little bit. Oh, I tried this again and this one turned out pretty well. I think I'm happy with this one. I'm still pretending like I know what plants look like. Like, it's alright. I like this one. I don't know what I was doing here. Still playing with plant shapes and stuff, and it works and it doesn't work. So it's fun having two side by side where it's like, this one turned out really well, this one not so much. I think I was trying something and it wasn't working here. I don't know. Trying something different, wasn't happy with it. Finished it nonetheless. This I was definitely playing with the Rose of Ultramarine. So when you look harder, and actually you can kind of see it in the camera, there's obviously like a tinge, like there's a granulation here. There's something different about this mountain. Like it's all one color, but it's granulating, so you can kind of see the quinacridone rose separating from the French ultramarine a little bit on its own in a mixed pigment. This was kind of fun. I was specifically playing with the granulating color here. Probably that Serpentine Genuine, perhaps. I'm trying to remember the names right now and it's failing me because I haven't stared at them in a while, but it granulated and faded out down towards the bottom. Made its own little shadow patterns. Still trying with the flowers. Trying those flowers I did before. Still turned out alright. Still kind of worked. Tried some kooky over here. This was kind of nice. I kind of liked how this one was. A little different, obviously, like not natural, like it's all very purple up here, but it's kind of fun. This I was specifically playing with the phthalo turquoise, just because I really love the color, so I just really wanted to use it entirely. So even I think the sky back here is a very washed out phthalo turquoise, and then it just got progressively darker and darker, and it's actually got a slight sheen where it's really dark on this bottom one. I want to say I could be back to playing with the White Knights on this one, but a little more pronounced with the white gouache and the grass line at the front. This one I recall was back to the Winsor Newton Cotman set. It's not quite as heavily pigmented or anything. Hold on. I need to adjust the fan a little. Getting into September though, from July. Oh, this was wacky. I threw down basically a rainbow and then I just drew lines over top. It was fun. I don't know what I was doing, but it was kind of cool. It's not the first time I've done that. Tried something similar over here and it was kind of wacky. Yeah. Again, when I see when I think I see an intensity in color and I try it and it doesn't work out, it gets weird. Looks like I may have gotten more paints here because of testing them out and swatching them and then trying the wet into wet to see how they disperse and granulate. And see what they look like, see what difference between when they're fairly diluted versus when they're at their strongest. Beach! I got a beach. I like my beaches. And they all seem to be the same. They always seem to start up on this side and curve down here. I don't know why. May or may not be because I'm left-handed, but I don't know what I was doing here. I was dropping in paint and watching it fade out, and yeah, that's all I got for that. More of that kind of lighter morning sort of look. I feel like I ruined it with a tree or two. This one I think I was trying to dab out clouds and I was just trying to do grass and birds and stuff this time. Looks like I'm swatching paints here. Looks like my Daniel Smith, but if I had to guess, because I see the buff titanium, which I don't have in any other sets. And that's granulating nicely, and same there. Might have been mixing a few on the side. Desert, cactuses, cacti. Tried to put little flowers on top. Birds worked out alright on that one. Oh, this is where I had really a wild time. These two, when I was playing with my Thalos and the Carbazole Violet and just going ham with just how surreal this all was. Although I think that still might be Prussian or the Indigo. This was fun. And I like how there's almost like this, like a fog along here. I like how that turned out. This was fun. This is a really fun one. And an attempt at a previous painting. And it didn't quite work out exactly. I should have done it similar as before, but I was trying something different. It's alright. And I just wasn't waiting very long for the paint to dry. So interesting stuff started happening. That is that book. Put that aside. And see if I can turn this so I can keep clamped. Alright. So the next stage of this nonsense. Interpreted that as fine. As fog seems legit to me. Yep. Excellent. Okay. I think I need to mix this up again. It's supposed to be concentrated. Okay. Gotta do a little dry brushing here, and I don't have a whole lot of experience doing dry brush technique, so this is going to be interesting. I need to try and keep my brush fairly dry for this, as the technique implies. This is not going to turn out well. Dry brushing is not really happening, and I don't think the mountain was supposed to be this dark. tried. We tried. I don't think there was supposed to be as much ultramarine in there. It really should have been a much lighter mix than it was. VDSA at 4? Should be able to. Can't imagine I'll be painting for that long. It's already been 2 hours and it's not quite 2 o'clock, so should be able to do that. I know Black wanted to. I don't know if I'm DPSing or tanking or something else. So if you were looking to just improve your score, then I guess you're still running on your healer unless you wanted to try tanking. Alright, that mountain's so dark. Alright, this is more of a cerulean, but we're just gonna mix in the colors. I'm just gonna do it now. Turn this back around to dry that off anyway, even though it's pretty dry already. Getting number 1 for sure. No, not this time. No tanking this time. We gotta get tanking more. Although Black has a tank. Alright, so what I think I'm gonna do differently for this, I'm gonna wet the area first. And then drop in my pigment, because that's, I think, the best way I'm going to get this to fade the way I want. And I'm tilting my paper up so I can actually see the pencil lines. I cannot see them when the paper's down. I might go over the line a little bit down here. It's probably fine. There is already hair on my brush. I can't get away from hair. This is just ridiculous. It's like confusing me. I don't know where the pencil line is. Okay. Bad boy kind of saturated. I'm losing the water up here already. Stay moist, paper, stay moist. Alright. Drop this nonsense in here and see what happens. Half paying attention. What are you going for on this one? It's just a mountain scene. This one was trying to do some dry brushing, which I kind of botched a little bit, and it ended up being a darker color than it really should have been. Trying to sketch this thing out was kind of terrible. But, it's gonna have some trees sort of blocked in, and mostly just it's getting there. We are getting there. Part I fumble with is kind of down here a little bit. It's fading this down in a way that doesn't look weird. Still kind of gets like this defined line. It's really irritating. The videos online make it always seem so easy to do this stuff. And then I do it and it's like, yeah, dumpster fire. Well, I guess if it doesn't end up being like perfectly smooth transition, I guess I could just speak to the character of the mountain itself. Making happy little mistakes. It's all intentional though. We're gonna go with that. We're gonna stop messing with it. Alright, let that dry out and go to the September to November book. So apparently I painted more. So while that's drying a little bit, we'll do more show and tell. Wow, that's a really great one to start off with. We're gonna pretend this one didn't exist. Holy birds. Holy frickin' birds. That's a lot of birds. I have a bad habit of like, I don't know. It just, yeah, this is just not natural. I went too many birds for one thing, and then, yeah. This was interesting. I had trouble pulling up the clouds on this one. I did try to dot in stars with gouache. I was definitely did a better job with the birds. Not really sure what I'm doing here. I think I'm playing with some pens and stuff that I have, so never too many birds. Never too many birds. Great. So anytime I start talking about birds, it's not B-I-R-B, it's B-Y-R-B, or B-Y-R-D. Wow, and I had a spell. Anyway, this one looks like I was blocking in colors, and then I was using like, I have these white jelly roller pens here to kind of put in that streaking lines, and then I actually have black fine liners that I did in like these darker areas here, and they're in different sizes. Tombow mono drawing pens. I think I'm just playing over here with shapes and stuff. I must have gotten a new brush. That's probably what this is. Practicing strokes and stuff. Trying to follow someone's flower tutorial, which was difficult. Okay, so I know what brush set this is now. I was trying to use their brushes to do this, and yeah, brush control for me is hard. Same with over here, I'm playing with the different brushes and trying to do just different form of exercises and stuff she was doing with them. This was fun. I don't know if I'm still using their brushes or not. This got a little chaotic in the sky. I got streaky and it really shouldn't have. But otherwise, like the water here, I didn't mind too much. This was an improvement. The mountains was kind of chaos, but I kind of like the improvement I made with my water. Looks like water. I think I'm just playing with color now. Tried to make a fall tree with a trunk while leaving white of the paper behind for highlights. It was okay. It looks like a tree, and apparently I didn't tape the paper down, which is interesting. That must have been fun. Oh, trying more flowers. I keep trying flowers. It's hard. I think I got more paint, because those are just more paint swatches, or I'm doing mixes. Tried to do a little fall scene with The reflection didn't really work out that well. I went about it a little funny. More flowers, but in a vase this time. I don't know if that looks like a real vase, but you know, I tried. Looks like I'm swatching again. Probably because I was like, I don't know if I know what my Daniel Smith colors look like, so I swatched them out in the sketchbook again. But this time I had the Nickel Azo Yellow. Something weird happened here. Oh, I mixed up. I had a Viridian Green and a Sap Green. Maybe this isn't. No, these are core. Never mind. I don't have a Viridian Green. This is core. And that explains why that magenta is so friggin' bright. Playing with wet and wet. I think I tried to use the colors for this monstrosity, and I found early on I was having trouble with mixing. But I did my favorite bird again. We're trying wet and dropping in pigment to see how it moves. Core watercolor flows very easily. I think I tried to use core for this potentially, unless this is Winsor Newton, but this strikes me as core, and I think I was having issues with blending. It doesn't blend well. I think I'm doing color mixes here. I'm guessing with core, but it could be something else. But these are really bright, bright colors. Looks like I'm playing with a popsicle orange here. Holy Hannah. Another desert? I was not waiting for this to dry, so the grass was not great. And it looks like I was playing with purple. Something happened here. I'm not sure what, though. I don't think I was waiting for stuff to dry completely again, because there's some fuzziness on the edges. This I did in the parking lot at the the laundromat. So I would have had this in my lap. I didn't have any tape with me. So sitting in my lap, the binder clip was probably over here. To try and hold the book open. So that was fun. More desert. Up here's okay. Something weird's happening up here though. Oh, okay, so this is probably when I got Schminke. I think it's a 24 color set. But it's not as vibrant as I would have thought. And that could be the colors that came in the palette, but I wasn't as fond very early on of Schminke for how expensive they are. It was just kind of meh about the whole thing as I'm playing with them. Oh, and this is when I started, probably. Apparently I don't know how to draw boat sails. I screwed one of them up. The back one, I think. But I was going through the lessons in the book I got from Macchino. And it was kind of fun. Ah, yeah. Here we go. I think I just hit my mic. Apologies. That was a fun one. A little shark catching up to the boat, and I did the sail properly this time. This was fun too. A little bit harder for me to do, but it was kind of fun. Trying to figure out if you know how to draw a fish at this point. Messing around with the previous lesson plus the kind of stuff I like to do, which is the leaves and stuff in the front. And this is one I did more than once. This is with the white knights. These fish you technically block in with masking fluid, so you can paint over it without ruining the white underneath, and when you're ready to paint them in, you just remove the masking fluid. This was nice. I enjoyed this one just because of the colors, although I think I was using... I was using a brand and I couldn't get, using the colors they wanted, I couldn't quite get the depth, the darkness of the color I wanted, so I did it again with Daniel Smith, and I liked how much smoother this turned out and how much more vibrant it was. Definitely had more fun, and I could like drop in the yellow, kind of add a bit more life, I think, depth and stuff and variation. I liked it a bit more. Not sure, but I'm color mixing. Looks like I'm checking out my French ultramarine with a couple colors, probably the brown oxide and stuff. See how they mix and the kind of grays I get with them. Then I think I'm just trying to use the rest of the book, and it's not terrible, but that's terrible. Random color swatches at the end. Looks like this is when I got new colors. So this is the Azo Yellow for the Daniel Smith, blue cerulean blue chromium, and rich green gold. That's that one. Alright, this is probably done. Feels pretty dry. So this one has, I put the French ultramarine in. This one has a bit of yellow ochre in it by the looks of it. It's a bit of a, got a green to it. At least she's using yellow ochre, so I hope mine turns out alright when I add mine in. And keep the area cleanish. I hear the clicking over there, birds. It's getting a little on the muddier side. Not quite the warmth I was expecting, but this is the difference between her using Schminke and me using Daniel Smith, I guess. It's getting, yeah, hold on. I might have to do this again. Let's get this out. Just clean this up entirely. May have to do these colors on their own to see how they mix with yellow ochre. So I'm going to take the cerulean blue. See what kind of blue, what kind of green it makes. I have ways of cheating if I have to. It's an interesting color. Now let's see what happens when I do it with just French ultramarine. Ooh, that's dark. Look at that. That is pretty rich. It's looking more likely I'm going to use the pure cerulean. This is getting muddy over here. This is a muddy place over here. So let's get more of the cerulean in here. Let's try this. Clean out the brush. We're gonna wet this in and drop in the color. Have to lift this up so I can see the pencil line again. just checking the angle here against the light so I can see the sheen and how even it is. And where I might need to touch up some spots that might be soaking up the water a little too fast. So I want the paper to be fairly damp when I'm doing this. Alright. So spots down there. Alright. There we go. It's gonna look wild. Try and get the tree looking line going here. I feel like this is going to be too big of a brush for this, but we'll find out. Apologies if my head's in the way. I can't help it. Gonna have to deal with it if my head gets in the way. It's fine. Goodness, can't see the pencil lines again. I think while that dries, I'm gonna see if I can figure out this whole That is presumably going to be a green somehow, without looking like complete mud. We might have to abandon how she's trying to mix the color. I'm not going to get as vibrant of a green as she is, I don't think. Mine just looks muddy. Oh, interesting news? Wait, what interesting news? Black, what interesting news? This just in on Black GFA radio? The Black GFA telegram? Definitely gonna mix in the French ultramarine with my yellow ochre and getting mud. Getting a nice muddy color. Not getting a vibrant green with the yellow ochre. What do I want to do then? Here's a wild idea. Try to laser cut a shape out of a piece of buttermilk bread earlier. What? Oh dear. And how did this turn out? Did you just like burn the toast? Did you just burn the bread? Also, what does buttermilk bread taste like? It was impervious? What? The bread gods did not want you to defile the bread with your laser? Thou shalt not laser the bread. Alright, what other color can I try to mix to get green? Let's try the raw sienna instead. So I think this yellow ochre is different. The pigment might be the same, but I guess it doesn't help this isn't cerulean blue, it's a cerulean blue chromium. Yeah, these all just kind of look muddy. Don't know why I was surprised. We're gonna stick with, I guess, the yellow ochre. It's just gonna be weird. It's not mixing up a green the way I thought it would. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised by this. Oh, birds, what are you squeaking about? Squeaking. Chirping. Alright. Put this back over to dry. Go through the last sketchbook. Although I'm sure I have one somewhere that's in the works. This one goes from November to January. And this is me continuing on lessons from Mako's book, where I did a nice beach. I would probably do this part differently. And I'm probably using Daniel Smith or possibly White Knights. I'm just trying to think. It's probably White Knights. This is probably Core. because it has very vibrant colors. Trying to turn the page here. That looks like probably having some fun with Viridian Green from Core potentially. Either that or it's still... No, that's probably White Knights. It looks like I finally got the brown oxide here. So this is sometime after November 6th. It's a nice brown. It's kind of like a granulating, like the granulating version of brown burnt umber without being burnt umber. But if you wanted a granulation, but you wanted the brown of a brown umber, but burnt umber, then you could use this. Oh, there's my acorn. I just want to put the stem over a little bit more. It's not, the stem is not where it probably should be, but that was a fun one. Playing with the rich green gold here. It looks like I muted the lower levels with probably a purple. Just putting color down. This one I was trying something I'd seen online and I wasn't quite getting the clouds at all. Just kind of getting the foreground though with the grass and the meadow and stuff and the flowers. This looks like... This makes me think I'm using Schminke over here. I'm being frustrated by it. A Schminke desert. Schminke colored desert. Defiling a morning sky with trees, but I think this is Winsor & Newton. Possibly White Knights, but could be Daniel Smith. I think it's White Knights because of this blue up here. Flowers! Oh my god! I tried to do this shape again, I guess. And then I tried to do something where I put in the color and then draw around it to say, yeah, this blob is a flower. Oh, balloons. Trying to paint balloons. Might still be playing with Schminke over here. Still kind of has that faded sort of look to it. Oh, this is fun. That was a fun one. I think I liked how this turned out, and I'm probably using White Knights. More White Knights over here. Just trying it again, I think. Just different colors, using more purples this time. Looks like more White Knights. Just subtle hints of something about the colors on the paper that make me go, that's how White Knights behaves for me when I use it. This one looks like I was doing long runs, washes of the paint at its most diluted, then I'd put it on again and again and again. I think it's the same consistency, just adding multiple layers, maybe? And just seeing how it layers rather than making each run more and more pigmented. I think I was trying something with the sky. I'm not sure that it really worked. I was probably trying to lift the paint. It's still kind of fun. I don't really know what's happening here, but it didn't work, whatever it was. Also having issues where the paint runs up the tape on the edges. Probably tried to redeem myself with whatever I was doing. This was funky. I'm not sure what I was mixing in with these browns, but yeah, that's a very cold look. Ooh, this one looks fun. This is when I was splattering on white gouache, and you'd better believe I probably got white gouache on my phone. Because I would have had my phone nearby, probably playing something on YouTube or whatever. And the splatter of gouache goes everywhere, even on the backs of my hands somehow. Probably doing something I did before. Probably made the foreground layers a little too dark. Trying to be abstract. I probably pulled something from... I have a book that kind of makes suggestions on like color palettes you could try. One I struggled to make was this little peachy, creamy color in here. And I think I ended up mixing probably my quinacridone rose with a bit of the buff titanium. My buff titanium technically has a white in it, so that's kind of how that works. So it made a little more pastel, and it kind of was fun. And then I actually made a legit scene with it. And here, there's like the buff titanium in that same creamy pink color in the back. It actually looks quite nice. So this is kind of fun. But it's getting ideas. This book is just pages and pages of color combinations. And then it's just a matter of trying to actually mix and match them yourself, which is hard. This one, it looks like I was playing with salt. So one thing you can do with watercolor, and this takes a lot of practice, and it didn't really work out so well exactly, but it was an interesting experiment where it did sort of work, and it might depend on the pigments you're using, but you can put down a wash of color, and then if you sprinkle table salt, it'll, I don't exactly know what to call it, what it does, but it's like, sort of almost causes the pigment to kind of push away a little bit in these weird spidery patterns when the salt kind of dissolves a little bit in the water. And depending on, like, there's a time when you're supposed to do it. It's a timing thing. So you gotta watch, like, when you want to use it, and then you gotta, if you do have to commit to it, and then hopefully do it right, and it comes out all right. I had some salt, and I can still see it. It's stuck on the paper. Like, right here, it's stuck on the paper. It's exfoliating. Looks like I got a neutral tint here, so I was playing with neutral tint, so it's a very flat color. Very flat, no life to it. I haven't used it that much. It's in this corner here. This is my neutral tint, and I've almost never used it. But it is like if you are going to use a black, like for maybe the pupil of an eye or something like that, you could do that, because it's a very black color. You can use it in other colors, I guess, kind of bring them down and darken them, but there's other ways to do that with, like, the complementary colors. Another desert with cacti! I think I was doing some dry brushing accidentally on this one. Ooh, okay. No idea what's going on here, but mixing colors that granulate with maybe other colors that granulate, it makes a hot mess. But, this is another one of those of, how the hell did I do this? And how do I do it again? I saw this probably on Pinterest or something, and I gave it a shot, and I fucking love it. I love it, and I want to do more of this. Absolutely love this. I have no idea how I did it. Only slight concern is the pigment I'm using. There's a slight green tinge around in some spots. So that's something I have to be mindful of. Also love this. This was part of a larger sketch I did. I was just messing around, and I said I want to focus on this island with this tree on it, and then I'm going to put water around it, and I love it. It was kind of fun how that turned out. And I was trying to intentionally leave like some white spots for highlights in there. It was very fun. Kind of Milky Way looking, very nice. I know. I love it. This one is something from Mako's book as well. I did it with probably Winsor & Newton Cotman, I think. But this, I couldn't get this color as dark as I wanted. I was struggling. So I did it again here. And it's much darker because I used Winsor, because I went to my Daniel Smith after this. This is also from her book. I think this is the best I've done with, you know, best attempt at tree shapes that I've ever done. So I'm really happy with how this one turned out. This was nice. I liked this one. Really nice haze to it, and you're like lifting out the clouds on this one, sort of, or like this, not like fluffy clouds, but like the hazy, streaky clouds in the distance. That's a hot mess. I might be playing with a brush over here. Oh, it's more of that Rose of Ultramarine again. I don't know why I keep doing the same thing with the Rose of Ultramarine, but I did another one with it as well. I think I'm playing with core, dropping in the color to see how it just disperses. And I mean, that's literally, the paper's wet, and I'm like putting in the color, and it just goes. Not sure. This was recent. I do have distinct memory of when I was doing this. This is playing with a new color in the palette that I got right here. If I can bring this, there we go, it's in the camera now, it's over here. I can't remember what it's called. And last one, not sure which brand this is. There's some granulation up here, but it's very faint down here. It's the last finished sketchbook, and then I just have the others that are works in progress somewhere. The big one's in the box over there. The little one might be at my desk, my other desk. Alrighty, so this next one is going to be an interesting one. I'm not going to say I'm going to be crazy about how this turns out. And I kind of want to abandon how it wants me to do these colors. It would be very earthy, but I can't get the pigment the way that they do. So I might, you know what, yeah, I'm probably going to abandon ship because I don't like how this is looking. Abandon ship on this color. Let's take a color I don't use very often. See what happens. Test this out. So I might use the new gamboge. Yeah, I think I'll do gamboge. I'm gonna guess her yellow ochre from Schminka works out a little bit better. Do a nice light wash of this. I'm very tempted to wash that out again. Alright. Gotta bring this up again so I can see where I'm putting in this line. Oh goodness, I can barely see it. The only thing I want to watch here is that not going over that line into the water that much. See if I can keep that kind of dry. I had to dry brush the water on that one. Just go all the way into that, and then just reestablish that baseline. So, gamboge. It's a very warm yellow. And this isn't really going to fade out at all. This is just going to be a pretty flat wash. And then just what's going to happen is I'm going to poke the brush up a little bit to try and get those tree top shapes along that upper edge. course, the paint tries to separate while it's still in the palette, which is interesting, but... Alright. Let that dry. And I'm actually going to rinse out that jar again. It's getting a little blue. Alright, fresh water. Here, old man. Come on, old man. Come sit with me for a little bit until you want to go back inside. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, now I want to go over here for some reason. You just want to go that way. Goodness. What's up, boy? Yeah, you start squeaking when you're turning off towards this side, and then you kind of get all quiet when I turn you towards the mic. See if anyone can hear your squeaks. Yeah. See what you look like under this camera. Oh, look at this Cecil head! Oh, the other boys are squeaking. What's up, Samson? You're squeaking, you're going crazy. Alright, all the guinea pigs are squeaking now. Look what you did! Look what you did, Cecil! By being out of your cage, you caused the other ones to squeak. Look at you, fluffy boy. And you just keep trying to climb. See, if people could see what you're trying to do, you're just being up here like this. You just keep trying to go up and higher. Oh my goodness. Stop. You are so hard to deal with. You're a tank. And then there's Samson, who is squeaking off over there, sounding the alarm. He's just a tank with his black little paws. Looks like he's wearing gloves. Yeah. Let's see what you look like under here. Look at your little head. See, he's all like chonky. Look at this big boy. It takes me 2 hands to hold you up, sir. Yeah. Get back over here. I gotta trim your back nails. They're kind of digging into my hand, though. Look at you. Yeah, see, you're all quiet now. Alright. There we go. Look at you being a handsome little man. Yeah. Now I think the birds are jealous because I'm holding the guinea pigs and they're like, hello, what about us? Yeah. Alright, gotta close the door before the birds get out. There we go. Birds were eager to get out, so now they are flying free. Hopefully not hitting any windows. Alright. Now I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do the rest of this. Oh, it's still damp. Never mind. Hold on. Alright, I guess I'm gonna sit here and find my coffee. So I'm probably gonna try I kind of have to shift it down a little bit and do a slightly more green version. Add a bit more of the blue, bring it down a little bit, and I think the ultramarine might also swing it a different way as well. That'll help, but now I gotta start thinking of blocking in those trees a little bit, those tree shapes. This is gonna be fun. This is a big space to work with too. I think it's a much bigger piece of paper than what she was working with. There's also some detail along the water's edge too, so I gotta watch out for that. See if I can. I almost had the nail for that. Let that dry for a bit. We're gonna have a little. I don't know, what is this? Clementine? Tangerine? I don't know. It's small. I don't know, it's orange. It's small and it's orange, and it's good for you. And I kind of forgot I had them. Just gotta watch for when I get dive bombed from a bird. Birds are evil. Kind of wish I was streaming for when it happens. It would have made a good clip of a bird actually flying by and hit me in the face with their wings. I mean, the bird's fine, clearly. They just zoomed past me, and I'm just like, I think I felt that wing on my head. You hit me. Just gotta let it dry for a little bit before I can do the next part. Can't be too impatient. Gotta be better at drying this stuff. Otherwise, we get bad things, bad effects. Since it's not what we're looking for. Holy can I get off my finger? That's a seed. Forgot these things sometimes have seeds in them. It's almost there. Probably what I'll do is mix up a darker, bit more of a green, green. Take that yellow and add a bit more blue to it, and then just like just go ham with my little sort of triangle things of that trying to be peaks of trees. And then I think as I darken that color, it'll add in some nice depth and stuff for where the trees will be. So it won't be like a straight line across like this. I'll probably like be a little more sporadic and kind of like go up and down, up and down, up and down in like an erratic pattern. And then when I do another layer with the darker green, kind of go back in that same sporadic pattern, filling in the gaps. But I know how I messed up that mountain though. It really should have been a much lighter, less pigmented blue. It really shouldn't have been as dark as it was. So I know how I messed up that mountain. That was supposed to be a really faint blue. Feeling pretty good. All right, grab the new gamboge. Not sure if I'd call this a chill song. I feel like kind of really bobbing to it. But maybe it's still chill. I need to do a quick check on new gamboge with French ultramarine just to make sure I'm not getting weird shades here. Let's clean up this well because I'm clearly not using this. I do have a much bigger version of this ceramic palette. It's on my desk. I didn't really want to bring it in because it's so big. I'm half tempted that I should have a separate computer set up just for art streams. And that can be set up at my other... Obviously the complication is my mic is here, my cameras are here, most of my stuff's here. So that doesn't quite work out. Unless I brought the desk back in here to flip it around or something. I don't know. Then all my art stuff's on it exclusively and it'll seem a little more spacious. Alright, so get that puddle of new gamboge again. See what kind of mixes we get. I have a love and a hate for mixing my own colors sometimes. Try to be consistent, but sometimes I just hate it. It's not a bad one. I'll hold on to that for a second here. Let's see. So we're gonna grab this gamboge again. I want a more obvious green. That seems like it's gonna be a more obvious green. Alright. Let's see how we do. It's gonna have some ugly moments here, so bear with us. I am making this up a little bit as I go along, apparently. Alright. Please refrain from posting links. Oh, damn. Master Stalwarts. You got mad at Pretzel Rock. Dang. Harsh. Oh well. That's hilarious. Okay. My eye went a little funny there. Dry that off a little bit. Oh man, yeah, Master Stalwart, you cleared up my chat so it's only people, real people. That's cool. I think I'm okay with this. Let's see if I can. There we go. Okay. That's hilarious. You done got moderated. Congrats. Pretzel Rock. Hopefully it didn't put it on a timeout. I hope it still works. It just might not be able to post. It's hilarious. I guess I'll mess around with colors again. New Gamboge. Oh dear, this is gonna fly away soon if I'm not careful. More cerulean. Almost went into the phthalo by accident. That would have been interesting and exciting. That's definitely a more bluey blue. Did Pretzel Rock get banned? I hope not. I think they just got, maybe a timeout. Well, I don't see it in the list, so maybe it did. But as long as it's still playing in the background, I probably don't care. But that's hilarious. We'll see if it pitches a fit somewhere. starting to be a... Yeah, see, it's posting again. Although, now playing... Yeah, so I think it's... Yeah, it's because I don't let non-subs post links or something like that. It keeps trying, and Master Stalwart got pissed off at it and went, "Stop it!" And then just deleted everything. Just turning into a mud pit here. Probably still hold on to this, maybe, for a variation. Looks like mud. Waiting for this to dry up a little bit. And I got the possible greens mixed up over here, and I guess I'll clean up that blue color since I'm not going to use whatever this is. Whatever it's supposed to be. Trying to think of what game I feel like I'm in right now with this song. It's a really weird sound that it's taking on, though. Is it intentionally trying to be scratchy like that? I feel like I'm in Terraria. That might be what it is. There's probably another game I've played that has also got some similar nonsense that happens. I do have some new brushes that I ordered that will hopefully be shipping soon. I'm actually getting 2 quill brushes and a script brush. Quill brushes are a size 6 and an 8. They are much bigger than round brushes. So even though this is a size 12 round, a quill size 6 and 8 is going to be massive in comparison, and it's going to be probably a bit stockier, have a much bigger belly compared to this. It's going to be much nicer for doing really big washes. So as I start to probably get into larger paper, like even this is kind of big, where if I didn't have as much going on and so many different layers, then I might have used a quill. But if I do like a big background wash, a quill would be nice for something like that. And the script brush is also kind of like a liner brush or something like that. It's a very, this will be the size 1, and it could be about as long as this, but it's much thinner. And the idea is that it pulls water into the length of it, and then as you're kind of doing like script, like fine details, or like if you were to use it to like sign your work, if your penmanship is good enough for that, you could practically sign your name with a script writer pen brush. So I wanted to mess around with that one. And then I got a Mottler, which is a wide brush. It's 1.5 inches, and also good for just if I were to like wet the entire paper. So I might use a Mottler to wet the entire paper surface, and then I could use the quill to do a big wash of a particular paint color. And then the rest is like, I could just kind of go in and do the rest with like my round brushes. But kind of the idea with watercolor painting is you're like using the biggest brush that you can, that you feel most comfortable with, using the largest brush for your painting, and then obviously you drop down to like smaller ones for details and stuff. But how are we doing for time? It's almost 3 o'clock. This will hopefully be finished, so once this is done, then I'm probably going to call it quits on the stream. So just got a bit more detailed work, and then once this section's done, this is just a dry brush, and I think I can redeem myself a little bit on that one, I hope. It's looking pretty dry, just a couple shiny edges here. I like how the new Gamboge is kind of separating from the blue a little bit, and it's sitting on top, and it looks pretty similar. Okay, yeah, Eric showed up. Eric's in the house. He snuck in. He's just chilling, relaxing, enjoying the tunes. Oh, and I guess I can take a few seconds since I brought it with me. My color wheel. So this kind of takes like your pure color that you're working with, and obviously it has different shades, like its lightest, it's a mid-tone, and I'm trying to remember what it actually mixes. So it's the shade, the tone, and the tint. And then you have your immediately opposite it. You can't hide anywhere. No, you can't. So I'm gonna go to like a red, because that was a good example. So you have red is your pure color, and the complement is green. So if you start to add a little bit of green to the red, you're toning it down until you kind of get like this very muted, muddy color in the middle, sort of. As far as the blue goes, when you start to mix in an orange type color, so in this case, if I took my French ultramarine and put in a burnt sienna, that's sort of an orange color to it. And then you start to get like a kind of a gray in between. Just chilling, eating lunch. Awesome, awesome. So if we go back to our red, so the other thing that you can usually have is a triad. So when you're painting, if you kind of limit yourself to 3 colors, so in this case you have your red, your blue, and your yellow, you can paint with those 3 colors, and you can put those all in a painting and have it work and harmonize. And then take advantage of the tint, tone, and shades as well. And then probably what I've seen with the book I have that kind of gives you palette ideas. One ends up being a more dominant color than the other one. So you might use it for like 50% of your painting, and then you have your second color, and then the other one might be like the highlight, the pops here and there. You also have a tetrad, which is 4, so in this case it's highlighting our violet, our blue, our yellow, and our orange. You also have split complements, so you got your red with your blue green and your yellow green, so something like that could potentially work. And it would have different effects when you're mixing. It'll sway it a little bit one way or the other. So that might be something I'd like to play with, I think. Trying to think of how this is showing a different tetrad, your red, violet, yeah. That's fun. And then this side kind of shows you what happens when, so you take your red, so if you have your red and you only added red, obviously it's red, and then if you added a yellow, obviously you make it a little more orange. If you added a blue, you get a purple. If you add white, you get kind of a pinky pastel color, and if you add black, you get a darker red. So you can just kind of move that around. Then it talks about value over here, where you have a value of 10, which is basically a really white light color, and then a really darker value, and a value of 1 is your darkest because it's 100% black. So in this case, if we talk about value with red, your 100% value 1 would be pure, very pigmented red. And then as you water it down, you drop the value. So this is kind of fun. You can get an even smaller version of this wheel, and I might look for that to have like almost like a pocket version of this color wheel, but I thought this was kind of handy. And a good way for me to kind of go, oh god, what's the complement of this color? How do I mute this color? And I kind of go, oh, it's kind of a bluey green. Okay, so I need like a reddy orange, and then I kind of look at my palette and go, huh, what can I use for that? And then I experiment a little bit. So yeah. Okay, so that's probably dry. So now, hit the mic again, I'm sorry. Mix this back up again because it started to separate. I might try and pick up the actual cerulean blue, probably at the same time when I get the regular, when I get the ultramarine rather than the French ultramarine. Cerulean blue is a granulating color, and that's kind of why I went with this cerulean blue chromium, because it was a less granulating color. I'll have to double check the pigment though. That's probably why I'm having interesting times mixing here. Ultramarine is less granulating than French ultramarine. That's kind of why I want to get that one, maybe use that instead of regular ultramarine. But we'll see. I should have ordered those when I was ordering the brushes, now that I think about it. I'm getting it from the same place. I'm not sure how Mako intended for this to be done, but here we are. We are blotting in suggestions of trees. We'll hopefully fill it in and it will be glorious. We need to get you a beret and one of Izzy's mustaches. Really think it would elevate your game to the next level. Oh my god. I don't even know if I could wear a beret. That'd be crazy. I shall look. I'll check in on who her mustache supplier is. I'm running out of paint. My mixture is drying up. For sure. Or a brown afro wig, Bob Ross cosplay would be legit. Oh god. Again, I don't think I have to get a wig. If I just blow dry my hair upside down, it might happen. Although I probably would actually need a haircut because my hair is kind of long now, so it weighs it down a little bit. But I've managed some interesting stuff because my hair is just, I'm a Christmas tree. So what you're saying is the next time I paint, I wish I had an afro wig, a brown afro wig. Oh my goodness. I like how my next art stream will be like cosplaying as Bob Ross. Or a French painter with a mustache. Guess I'll be spending a bit of time on Amazon. Now we wait for this to dry again. So, I guess while we're doing that, I'll show off a palette, my White Nights. This is my White Nights palette. It's the big one from Russia. I hope they're doing okay. So this is kind of a nice company. Their paints are quite nice, and they all come in these full pans. So they're quite big. I feel like I've shown this off before, but maybe I haven't. But anyway, I'm gonna turn this around for myself. So obviously the lid, nice mixing area. I took off the other flap. Okay, Carl, mic'd up and provide voiceover in French. Chef's kiss. Mwah. Perfect. Magnifique. Sorry, I know I'm in Canada and I'm pretty close to Quebec, but I was a dumb kid and didn't learn French. Had a hard time with English. Yeah, so this palette's slightly overwhelming. I think this is supposed to be a zinc white, but I mean, I'm never going to use this. It just sits here in the palette and I never use it. But it could be an interesting way to make a color a little more pastel and opaque. Could be a fun experiment. Maybe. It has a slew of yellows here, and this one's actually a pretty creamy looking one. It's weird. I think this is a little more opaque. Then we got some like oranges, a bit more stronger oranges into our reds, and then our pinks into our purples, and then our blues. These two here are pretty granulating. I have it on the swatch card, which ones are granulating, which ones aren't. They have slightly different names for some stuff, like they don't call the phthalo blue a phthalo blue, and they don't call phthalo green phthalo green. But when I paint it out, it's like, oh, I know exactly what this is. I love this color. My cobalt teal is a very nice one. The earth tones are okay. This one's kind of like a wine color in here, which I don't get a lot of use from this one, but I should really take some time to... Maybe an art stream will be me, like, color mixing with my various brands and kind of go, oh, I wonder what happens if I take this color and add in this color. What happens? They call this one May Green. Their sap green, I have already dug a hole down to the bottom. I've already hit the bottom on this one, which makes me nervous, so it's a frequently used color for me. Same with the blues over here, and the yellow up here. These two yellows, I get a little bit more use. I like these ones a bit more. Kind of dug in a little bit to the earth tones. I got nice dips. Same with this blue over here. But I kind of like this one. It's a bit big. I'd have to look at, you know, if I went through the colors and stuff, and especially if I did my color mixes, if I picked out the colors that I like, that'd be something. Oop, hit my fan. This is my core watercolor set in just a palette I bought off Amazon. It came in tubes, not really with its own palette, and was probably intended to be used primarily fresh out of the tube. I don't know if they actually do pans or not. I think they work best as tube. But I put it into this palette. I think I cut out some of them. I don't think this is all of them, but it could be. I can't remember anymore, but there's probably some I didn't use, but it is the only one that I have a Viridian green for. Viridian can be a hard color to re-wet. And it had the green gold, which was my first introduction to that color. These ones are also really vibrant, especially their pink, their magenta. But they re-wets very easily. This is a wonky color over here. And their Payne's gray is a little wonky too. The earth tones are they're not great, but I think for the most part the rest of their colors are pretty good. But this is one I think I prefer to use the colors in their most vibrant state, not really mixing them with anything. Because strange things happen when I do that. Okay. Start working on my next color here. Bring up that gamboge again. It's probably the most use some of these colors have gotten in a while. I do like that this ceramic palette actually fits really nicely into the actual palette of the case itself. Just kind of sits on top. It's kind of fun. I like it. I don't think I've done that before, but I might do that more often. Okay, gotta try not to splash anything. Adding in so much blue, it's getting a little intense. There's so much pigment in here. Okay, Alright, call me crazy, but this is where I might actually pick up some of that purple. See if I can bring this down a little bit. Oops. I'm gonna bring that over here. You're gonna go and finish laundry, clean up. See you guys in a bit. Alright, have a good one, Black. Thanks for being here. And thanks for the crazy stream ideas. Ugh, this water is very yellow. Hype? Yeah. Darn right, hype for Black. I'm gonna take another look at the ultramarine variants I had going on here. Okay, now I gotta get on the in on this game for sure. I should be doing hype as well. Re-wet this side again. See if I can remind myself what happens when I was mixing in the French ultramarine. I'm getting hungry. This is not good. I had a big breakfast, but I guess it didn't last very long. So much hype! More hype! Dang it, doesn't look like more hype. Oh, we need more hype? Okay. More hype emojis. All you subs out there, more hype. Hype more. Alright, we're gonna try throwing this in. A lot, a bit more. It's gonna be crazy. Isn't it wild? Trying to be as random and sporadic as I can. Actually got to clean the blues here. The wells are getting a little contaminated with the yellow. think I'm gonna call that quits on the trees here. What else did she do? She kind of suggested something along the bottom as well. Let's see if I can do it just faintly. It's not gonna end well. Looks like I should have almost a... It's gonna be mostly cerulean with probably just a hint of the gamboge to green this up a little bit. Just a little bit. See if I can manage the dry brushing this time. I did it! I did a dry brush! I did a dry brush technique and it kind of worked. Yay! Anything had to work out, it was going to be that dry brush. Alrighty, we're going to let that dry and then we get to do a fantastic tape peel. Just going to make sure this brush is properly cleaned off. Dry brush hype, let's go! I guess he can get hyped over dry brush technique. It's what was supposed to happen up there. So how this turned out is what that was supposed to be. Even down to the color. It was supposed to be this, and I fucked it up. So if I could redo that, I would do that again, for sure. That one, Far Mountain, did not turn out well. I had a dumb moment, I guess. So... I'll let that dry out, and it's looking pretty good because if you right here, it was supposed to be this, basically. And it turned out alright. Fumbled and floundered a little bit, but it still turned out. Has its awkward moments, but man, that was actually her last lesson in the book. Happy little accidents, indeed. When something actually works out, it's a happy little accident. It wasn't planned. It just happened to work. But it's kind of been fun. I'm pretty happy with what's turned out today between this and kind of this earlier. I think if I could do this again on a larger piece of paper, I might. And mixing up a generous batch of paint. I would have mixed up far more paint for something like this, but yeah. And I kind of want to find more stuff so I can do little things like this again. So I definitely this wasn't too bad. I mean, it's a piece of watermelon. I kind of like how that turned out. If I could do more stuff like that, if that means I start looking at slices of fruit and stuff, then I guess, and I can see if I can do that. And a little bit comes down to like shading and stuff, so even like something I did like that acorn in that one sketchbook again. If I could do that again, I would. It's feeling dry enough. So here we go with the tape peel. Actually, I'll do the one over here first. See those nice crisp edges. Oh, gotta be careful, the paper might tear on the side. I can see it. That peel, I know. Alrighty. And there we have it, folks. I'll take a picture of this and post it in the Discord, so you'll get to see a little bit more detail. And I'll do that with the other one as well. And the watermelon's already there, but yeah, I will take a picture of this, post it, so you can see it in a little bit more detail. It still feels a little damp on the back side, but it's mostly dry. And then yeah, hopefully the detail will show a little bit more. And I gotta put dates on these things so I can remember when I actually did them. It's always the hardest part for me. But okay, so where are we? All right. Okay, I'm going to try and eat before I have to try and get a VDSA run in. So thanks everyone for stopping by for the strictly art stream of watercolor. Hopefully I can have more happening. I guess one day will be games and another day is going to be painting, I guess. So anyway, thanks everyone for stopping by and sticking with it and watching this crazy process, and hope it was relaxing, and hope everyone enjoys the rest of their Sunday. Have a good one. Brain fart there. See ya.